We're going to get started in about 5 minutes. We'll just wait for judges to come back here and have everything set up. Just want to make a mention again, when we get to Class 18, Heifer Calf, there is just one split there now. So unlike the book reads, there is not going to be a split 1 and split 2. It's all one class. So when Class 18 comes up, you'll all be ready to go in at that point.
Just a little bit of something, baby, and I fell, believing I'd fly. I found a reason to give you just enough of what you wanted, baby, to find you weren't willing to try.
We are going to get started shortly, but first a few announcements. So participating in our Melfort Regional 4-H Beef Show this year is 105 members and 230 head of cattle from 7 clubs. This is the biggest show that Melfort has seen in quite some time. So that's pretty cool to see. We've got members coming from Beatty, the Mescanaw Ethelton Club, Three Lakes, Bar West, Tisdale, Moose Range, and the Kelvington 4-H Beef Club. Our show committee is made up of the chair, Carmen Elliott. Our committee members are Terry Hunt, Mike Spratt, Lyle Heidecker, Kim Pitzel, Richard Molenbeek, Jason Schick, Pat Skinner, Lisa Schmier, Stacy Hunt, Crystal and Brett Spray, and Tyler Fettis. Our show coordinator is Carla Borsa. Thank you all very much for all of the time, effort, and hard work you put into organizing this show. And of course, another shout out to all of our leaders, all of our helpers, all the members and or the mentors out there, I should say, that help our members out in making this show happen. Also want to have say a little thank you to our people working in the ring today. This afternoon we have Dallas Grona and Alex Manson. They're going to keep things rolling and moving inside the show ring. It looks like our judge has arrived, and we've got all of our clover buds ready in the marshalling area. So how about we get this show on the road? You guys can bring them in. This is class number 15, current year clover bud calf. First in the ring, we have 505 Bentley Wolowski of the Moose Range Club. The Angus calf, born March 18th. Next we have 507, Liam Wolowski of the Moose Range Club, Angus calf, born March 15th. And third in the ring is 416, Claire Taylor from the Meskinat Ethelston Club with the Black Angus calf, born March 4th.
Show you love is how we'll make it. Like an airplane, it takes you over and over.
Comments from our judge.
Well, it's always fun to see these Clover Bud kids out here having a lot of fun and doing a really, really nice job. Black heifer that's going to win the class, I think, has the advantage today just in terms of power and softness. She is the oldest heifer in the class, and I think carries that performance all the way to the ground. Big-footed, heavy-structured, deep-bodied kind of a heifer. Young man does a really nice job. Couple heifers stand here in second and third, a little bit younger heifers, still really good in terms of look and balance. They just don't have the overall power and performance as our class winner. But let's give these kids a round of applause. Really nice job.
First in class is 416 Claire Taylor from the Meskinat Ethelton Club. Second in class, 505 Bentley Wolowski from the Moose Range Club. And third in class, 507 Liam Wolowski from the Moose Range Club. Next in the ring, we will have class number 17, Cloverbud Showmanship. Out of this class, we will be placing the top 5 Cloverbuds. I will make a note, 305 Hunter Lindholm is a scratch from this split. So we should have 8 Clover Buds in the marshalling area for this class. Here we go with our Cloverbud Showmanship class. First in the ring is 505 Bentley Wolowski from the Moose Range Club. Second is 606 Cooper Buckle from the Three Lakes Club. Next is 715 Garrison Burrill from the Tisdale Club. 307 Dawson McLean from the Kelvington Club. 111 Wyatt Pausberg from the Bar West Club. Next in the ring is 110 Reuben Skinner from the Bar West Club. Then we have 506 Carissa Schmidt from the Moose Range Club. Followed by 216 Wyatt Cooper of the BD Club.
Traveling around the world, my feet will tell me where to go. I'm not afraid to step outside and see the world for what it is. No, spending all my time with people that I barely know. You may have thought that I was lost, and all I need is room to grow. I'm coming home to put a flower in your hair. Thought you should know. Ain't no place I'd rather be instead. Sometimes I feel alone, you know it's me and my guitar. Looking up the darling stars, singing where we supposed to go now. Ruthie, little lady, tell me what you mean to me. And I'll build a house in Byron Bay, if that's exactly where you'll be. I'm coming home to put a flower in your hair. Thought you should know, ain't no place I'd rather
Comments from our judge.
What an awesome class of Clover Bud showmanship. And we were talking before, when I was growing up in 4-H, we weren't allowed Clover Bud, so we always had to wait till we were a junior member. So I give a lot of credit to all these kids out here that are dragging around big, heavy calves that are significantly bigger than them and doing an awesome job. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. Great job.
First in class is 715 Garrison Burrill from the Tisdale Club. Second in class, 307 Dawson McLean from the Kelvington Club. Third in class, 606 Cooper Buckle from the Three Lakes Club. Fourth in class, 110 Reuben Skinner from the Bar West Club. And fifth in class, 505 Bentley Wolowski from the Moose Range Club. Those top 5 Clover Buds, you will all come back in to the Clover Bud Showmanship Final. So those top 5 can just jump out of the ring while we bring in our split 2. The top 5 will come back for the Clover Bud Showmanship Final. So we'll excuse everybody else. Next in the ring, we will have our split 2 of the Clover Bud Showmanship class. This is another split of 8 Clover Buds coming in. First in the ring is 416 Claire Taylor from the Meskinat Ethelton Club. Next in ring is 417 Lily Mark from the Meskinat Ethelton Club. Then 201 Rhett Lenoff from the Beatty Club. Next in the ring, we have 419 Jean Cronelligan from the Meskinat Ethelton Club. Then 418 Cannon Kajner from the Meskinat Ethelton Club, followed by 723 Abigail Aries from the Tisdale Club, then 724 Chance Aries from the Tisdale Club. Rounding out the class is 507 Liam Wolowski from the Moose Range Club. We have DLMS here today that we want to thank them for broadcasting the show today, the show tomorrow, and the sale tomorrow night as well. It's really nice to loop in more family members or friends that wanted to watch the show. So thank you to them for broadcasting our show on DLMS. Comments from our judge.
Another awesome class of Clover Bud showmen, and it's pretty cool to see that the work that these kids put in. Obviously, there's a lot of work done at home to get this many Clover Buds out in the ring and not have any wrecks. All the cattle are really, really well behaved. You could tell these kids have put in the work. So let's give them a big round of applause. Another awesome group of kids.
Yep, you guys just stay in the ring and we'll bring in the next ones. First in class is 416, Claire Taylor from the Mescana Ethelton Club. Second in class was 201, Rhett Lenoff.
416. Oh, so we did.
Our apologies, guys. We just want to make sure we get your names correct here. So first in class was 418, Cannon Kashner from the Mescana Ethelton Club. Second in class was 201, Rhett Lenoff from the BD Club. Third in class, 416, Claire Taylor from the Mescana Ethelton Club. Fourth in class, 724, Chance Aries from the Tisdale Club. And fifth in class, 507, Liam Wolowski from the Moose Range Club. We'll now bring in our top 5 from the Split 1, our Cloverbud Showmanship, and we'll have 5 from that class, 5 from our second split, and this is our Cloverbud Showmanship Final.
I'll run down there, and I'll run down one.
Comments from the judge.
It's pretty awesome to see 10 Cloverbud show people out here that are as confident and calm and cool and collected as they are. The young man that wins this division, you know, you'd swear he's been doing this for 7, 8, 9 years already. Really, really confident and good with this calf. That steer sets up really good for him, and he always does his best to keep that steer's head up. Just a really, really good job. An easy winner in my mind. Young man with the black baldy heifer that comes next, a heifer that wants to give him a little bit of grief at times, but I respect him a lot for always giving it back to her and sticking right in, doing an awesome job of keeping that heifer's head up and always looking really, really good. Young lady that comes next, having some troubles here to try and keep that steer's head up, but man, did she do an awesome job. That's a big steer pushing around, you know, a smaller kid, and my hat's off to her because she did an awesome job pushing that steer around and showing her who's boss. Couple showmen here as well that do an awesome job of getting their cattle drug around the ring, really calm and cool, maybe not always keeping their cattle as set up as well as the some of the showmen at the top, but what an awesome group of kids. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations to our Cloverbud Showmanship class. First in the Cloverbud Showmanship final is 715 Garrison Burrill from the Tisdale Club. Second in class was 418 Cannon Kashner from the Meskinat Ethelton Club. Third in class 307 Dawson McLean from the Kelvington Club. Fourth in class 606 Cooper Buckle from the Three Lakes Club. And fifth in class 201 Rhett Lanoff from the BD Club. Next in the ring is class number 18, Heifer Calf. First in the ring is 609 Caitlin Pitzel of the Three Lakes Club with the Black Angus calf born March 31st. Second in the ring, 510 Mackenzie Temple from the Moose Range Club with the Charolais calf born February 28th. Third in the ring, 311 Haley Spray from the Kelvington Club with the Gelvy calf born February 22nd. Then we have 204 Laken Leclerc from the BD Club with the Red Angus calf born February 4th. 720 Megan Hunt from the Tisdale Club with the Red Angus calf born February 2nd. 206 Ruger Leclerc from the BD Club with the Red Angus calf born February 1st. 214 Riley Spratt from the BD Club with the Angus calf born January 28th. 706 Ty Olson from the Tisdale Club with the Simmental calf born January 24th. And 717 Ty Aries from the Tisdale Club with the Hereford calf born January 10th. Comments from the judge.
I think a really solid group of heifer calves here as we continue on in our show. For me, there's a pair of a little bit older, bigger, stouter heifer calves that kind of start to work their way up. I guess of the two, the more full-blood marked heifer, when we study this one from the side, I think she's just a little bit softer in terms of her forerib and flank than maybe the Hereford heifer that stands in second. Here's one that offers a lot in terms of growth and performance. Obviously, the couple of heifers that have the obvious advantages in terms of age at this point in the game, but that's a heifer from a body and performance standpoint I like really, really well. At times, we could maybe square that heifer up front. She just wants to toe out on her fronts ever so slightly. The Hereford heifer that stands in second probably has that advantage there. She's squarer off both ends of her skeleton, a heifer that's still big in terms of her foot size and shape. Just from the side, when we compare her to the one in front of her, she's just a little bit tighter in through her forerib and flank and just doesn't balance up quite as good as our class winner in that regard. But again, a heifer that has a lot of power in body, really nice solid female to stand in second. Red Angus heifer that stands in third, there's a lot to like about this one in terms of look, in terms of balance, and in terms of structure. And here's a heifer calf that I read is just going to get better as we move on down the road. Today, she just reads a little bit harder in terms of her body shape, just not the overall power and softness as the couple heifers that stand in front of her. Young lady's black heifer that stands in fourth. This one has as many extra pieces as any. I really like her look. I really like her foot and her rear leg design. This heifer's really muscular from behind. Here's another one. If we could just soften her up from the side ever so slightly, maybe try and tidy up her navel a little bit underneath her, that heifer can start to work her way up. Red heifer that comes next, another one that has a good look, structural integrity, length of body, and smoothness is really, really good. I just like to power this one up all the way through. We move into four heifers that, again, a little bit greener, a little bit younger in their type and kind that are going to get penalized for it today, but I think heifers that read with a lot of future in terms of brood cow potential. Today, they're just not quite there from a power and mass standpoint, but again, I think that's a really nice group of heifer calves with a pair of cattle on top that I really like.
Thank you. First in class is 706, Ty Olson from the Tisdale Club. Second in class, 717, Ty Aries from the Tisdale Club. Third in class, 720, Megan Hunt from the Tisdale Club. Fourth in class, 214, Riley Spratt from the BD Club. And fifth in class, 204, Lakin LeClaire from the BD Club. Next in the ring is class number 19, bull calf class. We will have 6 bull calves coming in here. First in the ring is 211, Caitlin Spratt from the BD Club with her main Anjou calf born April 2nd. 608, Carson Pitzel from the Three Lakes Club with the Black Angus calf born March 29th. Followed by 301, Morgan Suter from the Kelvington Club with the Simmental calf born March 19th. 407, Anna Wilgosh from the Meskinat Ethelton Club with the Charlet calf born March 8th. 310, Amber Spray from the Kelvington Club with the Gelvy calf born February 2nd. Rounding out the class, 704, Mackenzie Olson from the Tisdale Club with the Simmental calf born January 22nd. comments from the judge.
A really impressive class of bull calves out here, and for me there's probably a top trio of bulls that I think all have their class advantages. Obviously it's the first week in July, and age can play such a factor in these bulls and where they're at in terms of their development. But to me, the bull that just offers the most in terms of a stout, powerful, rugged, big-footed build be the young lady's white-faced bull up front. Again, he obviously has the age advantage, and you can read that as you study him through his head, through his crest and his neck. This one looks like a bull, and from there back, I think he's still really massive through the center portion of his rib. He's big and powerful in terms of his pin set and all the way through his stifle. Just a bull that offers a lot in terms of muscle, ruggedness, and still has a nice build when we ask him to go. The white bull that stands in second, this one struck my eye right away. This one's really, really soft and powerful. I love his body shape, and it's this few behind him right now. Here's one that's big in his pin set. He carries it down soft in through his stifle, and that power just carries through all the way in terms of his body shape. If we were to get picky on him, I think he's maybe just a rib short as we compare him to either bull on either end of him. But again, that bull's softness and that bull's muscle, no doubt it has his advantages. Definitely be a good bull to watch as we make our way through the summer and fall. Young lady's more Simmental appearing bull that stands in third. Right away when this one come in, I thought he's pretty good. He could definitely win the class. And I think that bull on his own still has a lot of quality in terms of the right kind of power. He's big-footed, he's big-boned. I like his body shape. I like his head, neck, and crest. This bull is only a March calf, so today he simply just gets outpowered as we start to compare him to the two in front of him. But that bull on his own, I read a lot of quality in, and I like a lot of things about. Similar can be said for the bull that stands in fourth. Obviously, he's at a big disadvantage in terms of weight, in terms of age, and in terms of power, but I think this bull is still really unique. Really, really good in his look. Big-boned, big-footed kind of a bull that's still big and powerful in his hip shape. Obviously, it's with his age and condition today. This bull just gets a little bit drier and harsher as we study him from the side. Not as soft and massive as some of the bulls ahead of him. But again, that bull has some pieces that I think can make him a unique breeding piece down the road. Couple similar bulls here to round out our class that offer a little bit of growth, offer some structural integrity, bulls that are really deep from the side when we study them. If we could just stouten these bulls up a little bit from behind, see them have just a shot more in through their hip and stifle, I think they'd start to work their way up. But that's a good class of bulls with three really neat ones on top.
Thank you. First in class was 704, Mackenzie Olson from the Tisdale Club. Second in class, 407, Anna Wilgosh from the Meskinat Ethelton Club. Third in class, 301, Morgan Suter from the Kelvington Club. Fourth in class, 211, Caitlin Spratt from the Beatty Club. And fifth in class, 310, Amber Spray from the Kelvington Club. Next in the ring, we have class number 20, Steer Calf class. We'll be looking for 8 animals to come into this class. 304 is a scratch. Steer calf class coming in, 513, Aubrey Rosevold from the Moose Range Club with a Speckle Park calf, born April 21st. 301, Morgan Suter from the Kelvington Club with the Angus calf, born March 28th. 303, Kaylin Suter from the Kelvington Club with the Simmental calf, born March 22nd. 302, Taryn Suter from the Kelvington Club with the Angus calf, born March 9th. 708, Wyatt Wilson from the Tisdale Club with the Black Angus calf, born February 17th. 206. We've got a set of twins, so again 707 after that one. Wyatt Wilson of the Tisdale Club, that's a Black Angus calf, also born February 17th. Then we have 206, Ruger Leclerc from the BD Club with a Simmental calf born February 6th. Rounding out the class is 304, Kendra Ewan from the Kelvington Club with a Simmental calf born February 2nd.
Driving 99 down the 405. Windows down and blaring third eye blind. Because I've never been so alone, and I've never been so alive. Driving 99 down the 405. Yeah, I'm moving on. I'm moving The weight fell on my shoulders, it hit my feet on the way down. But when I stop living, I'll start running again. Best thing and the worst thing happened today. The best thing and the worst thing happened today. I'm moving on. I'm moving
Comments from the judge.
Another good class here, and a class to me that offers a little bit of challenge and some give and take. But for me, the Black Baldy steer wins this one and wins it quite easily. He's pretty unmatched in terms of power and mass, just in his rib shape, his muscle pattern up high. This steer is really, really big right behind his shoulder. He's still powerful out of his hip. He's big-footed, he's big-boned, he's rugged, and just kind of outpowers this class in my mind. It gets pretty closer there as we kind of talk about 2 and 3, and the steer that stands in second, way different kind, I think, than our class winner. I prefer this guy's structure. I think when you compare him to the Baldy, this steer's more ideal in terms of his angles. He's more flexible off both ends of his skeleton. He's a little bit softer as we study him in through his pastern and his ankle there at the ground. I think a steer that offers a lot of growth and a steer that offers a nice look. He's just not quite as powerful as we study him through his body shape. He's not as soft in the lower portion of his body. He's not as opened up through his forerib and in through his rib cage as our class winner. But again, his advantages comes in terms of structural integrity and overall growth. A similar kind of steer that stands in third, and a steer that's actually quite a bit younger in this class, and I'm okay with that because I like this steer's body shape. I think he's stout. I think he's rugged enough at this point of his life. Another steer that offers a little bit in terms of feature at the ground. He's big-footed. Again, a steer that, to me, I really like his body shape. He's just coming at a disadvantage today in terms of age. He's not as soft and powerful as a class winner, but again, I think a steer that still has a lot of quality. We move into another one very similar, steer that's really good in terms of length of spine, one that still balances up nice from the side. Structurally, I like this guy. We can maybe just clean him up a little bit in his sheath, just open that steer up into his forerib and through the center portion of his body. He can start to make his way higher. We move into a pair of steers here that are actually twins, I found out. I'll tell you what, my hat's off to those exhibitors for getting a pair of twins out here, and definitely a good job to that mama cow on raising a pair of steers that are big in terms of growth. The Baldy brothers a little bit softer, a little bit bigger boned, and that's what's going to edge them over the solid black one in my mind. But again, I think a pair of steers that are still really solid. We'll round out with a couple here on the end that are long-bodied and structurally really good. If we could just power these cattle up all the way through, I think to compete any higher. But again, that's a really solid class. Really like our class winner.
Thank you. First in class is 304 Kendra Ewan from the Kelvington Club. Second in class is 303 Kaylin Suter from the Kelvington Club. Third in class, 301 Morgan Suter from the Kelvington Club. Fourth in class, 302 Taryn Suter from the Kelvington Club. And fifth in class, 708 Wyatt Wilson from the Tisdale Club. Our next class is class number 21, 2-year-old female with natural calf at foot. We have a split 1 and a split 2 for this class. So we're going to be taking the top 2 out of split 1 and the top 2 out of split 2. And then our judge will be making a note of who is that 5th placing when it comes down to the grand champion placings.
be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house.
Eight pairs are going to come in for our split one of class number 21, 2-year-old female with natural calf at foot. First in the ring is 513 Aubrey Rosevold from the Moose Range Club. With her Simmental cow, Speckle Park calf born April 21st. Next is 211, Caitlin Spratt of the BD Club with a Maine Anjou cow, Maine Anjou calf born April 2nd. Next is 609, Caitlin Pitzel from the Three Lakes Club with a Black Angus cow, Black Angus calf born March 31st. Next is 301, Morgan Suter from the Kelvington Club with the Simmental cow, Angus calf born March 28th. 304, Kendra Ewan from the Kelvington Club with the Simmental cow and the Simmental calf born March 19th. 308, Amber McDonald from the Kelvington Club with the Angus cow and the Angus calf born March 17th. 302, Taryn Suter from the Kelvington Club with the Simmental cow, Angus calf born March 9th. And finally, 407, Anna Wilgosh from the Meskinat Ethelton Club with the Charlet cow, Charlet calf born March 8th. Comments from the judge.
Well, it's pretty fun to judge a group of calves and then bring them back in with their mums beside them. And you start to see a lot of similar traits in both the cow and calf. And I think that can definitely be said for our class winner. You know, we talked about this bull calf when he come in, just how soft and big-bodied and still muscular this calf is. We'll look at the cow standing behind him. She's really, really good in terms of her body and power. Like, this cow is huge in terms of her body and rib shape. She's really, really big-hipped. She's really big-footed and carries that added width, I think, all the way throughout. Really, really powerful cow. Now, honestly, we could probably tidy this one up just a little bit in terms of her teats and udder. If we could just balance up her udder ever so slightly, I think that's getting really, really picky on a really unique female, but that's my only one knock on this pair. Other than that, just the power and body, to me, makes him a rather logical class winner. Cow that stands in second, here's one that caught my eye right away when she comes in. She carries that real soft brood cow image, really good in terms of her body shape. I think a cow that is still attractive enough as we study her in through her head and neck. Here's another one that I really like, her teat spread. If we could just tidy up her front quarters ever so slightly, maybe give this cow just a shot more forward udder, I think, to completely balance it out. But again, that's getting picky on a whale of a cow that has a lot of brood cow power. Cow that stands in third, probably my favorite uddered one of the class, really, really tight and refined as we study her through her teat and udder build. I think a cow that is good in terms of balance. From the look from the outside in, she's attractive through her head and neck. I think she's adequate in terms of her condition. For me, where she wants to work into third, as we ask this cow to go, she maybe just wants to work up in her spine ever so slightly, maybe just not quite as ideal in her build as the couple of cows in front of her. But again, a really good udder, solid kind of a female. We run into three pairs here behind, cows that come to us a little bit greener in their condition, a little bit different in terms of their body types and shapes and kinds, but I think there's cows that read with a lot of future, they're good-footed and read with a lot of longevity, just don't have the calf power in front of them or the overall condition, I think, to compete with the three up front. But that's a really solid class of cows, two really good pairs up top.
So the top 1 and 2 will be coming back in after split 2 for the championship round. First in class is 407 Anna Wilgosh from the Meskinat Ethelton Club. Second in class, 301 Morgan Suter from the Kelvington Club. Third in class, 302 Taryn Suter of the Kelvington Club. Fourth in class, 609 Caitlin Pitzel from the Three Lakes Club. And fifth in class, 211 Caitlin Spratt from the BD Club. Next in the ring is split 2 of class number 21, 2-year-old female with natural calf at foot. First in the ring is 5'10 Mackenzie Temple from the Moose Range Club, Charlet cow with the Charlet calf, born February 28th. Next in the ring is 311 Haley Spray from the Kelvington Club with the Gelvie cow and the Gelvie calf, born February 22nd. Third in the ring, 204 Lakin Leclerc from the BD Club with the Red Angus cow, Red Angus calf, born February 4th. Then 720 Megan Hunt from the Tisdale Club with the Red Angus cow, Red Angus calf, born February 2nd. 206, Ruger Leclerc from the BD Club with the Hereford Cow Red Angus Calf, born February 1st. Then 214, Riley Spratt from the BD Club with the Maine Anjou Cow Angus Calf, born January 28th. 706, Ty Olson from the Tisdale Club with the Hereford Cow Simmental Calf, born January 24th. And 717, Ty Aries from the Tisdale Club with the Hereford Cow and the Hereford Calf, born January 10th. Comments from the judge.
Another good class of cow-calf pairs, and I think another 3 individuals on top that are all quite a bit different. The pair that's going to win this class, here's the most condition, I think, on any cow that we've seen. But it comes, it doesn't come to me as a shock. I read this cow as being extremely easy doing. You study this one in through her lower body, from her chest floor into her flank and udder. This cow is really, really soft, easy fleshing kind of a female. She's moderate in her frame, but I think packs a lot in terms of body and rib and power. And you can see that same kind of added body mass in her powerful heifer calf standing in front. She is plenty milky for me. I think for a 2-year-old, I'm not going to say that she has too much, but the way I study her right now, I'm going to call her on the edge, but I still appreciate that one's teat spread. She's still refined in terms of her teat and udder development. Just a really, really solid pair. The Red Angus pair that stands in second, these two I think have as many class advantages in terms of anyone. In terms of structural integrity, in terms of look, and in terms of balance, I think these two are really, really solid. And I think they go together really well. Both baby and mama have the same kind of look, have the same kind of structural integrity. For me, that calf just maybe isn't quite as soft and powerful as our class winner. This cow, I do prefer her udder suspension. She's not perfect in terms of her front quarters. We could maybe balance that one up ever so slightly. But again, that's going to get picky on a pair that's really, really solid, just doesn't have the overall power for me to win this class today. Pair that stands in third, obviously we saw this calf come through, and she was one that I had ranked really, really high in terms of her body and in terms of her power. Really nice kind of a mama cow behind her. She's not blowing you away in terms of power or in terms of condition, but I think just in terms of genuine build and genuine width, this cow is really good in terms of her silhouette, really good in terms of her balance. We could maybe just tidy her udder up a little bit too to make it completely balance out from the side, but again, that's a nice tidy cow doing a whale of a job on a big, powerful heifer calf. I really like the cow that stands in fourth. She offers more spring of rib and more depth of body than the Hereford cow that stands in third. She maybe just doesn't have the horsepower in front of her with a younger calf at her side, but again, a cow that I still read a lot of quality in. We'll round out with a few pairs that I think are still really good in their own right. They're good-footed, they're structurally sound, just cows that offer a little bit different body packages. They come a little bit different in their condition and the age of their calf in front of them. But again, I think that's still a really solid class of pairs all the way through.
Thank you. So we'll ask that the top 1 and 2 from this class stay in the ring. They'll be joining the top 1 and 2 from split 1. So we'll have 4 pairs in the ring for the championship round. Our judge has made a selection for that 5th place spot in the championship round. So we'll just have 4 in our championship round, but we will make a mention of who is that 5th place spot later on. So in this split, first in class is 717, Ty Aries from the Tisdale Club. Second in class, 720, Megan Hunt from the Tisdale Club. Third in class, 706, Ty Olson from the Tisdale Club. Fourth in class, 311, Haley Spray from the Kelvington Club. And fifth in class, 510, Mackenzie Temple from the Moose Range Club. Coming back into the ring is our first and second from the Split 1, class number 21, 2-year-old female with natural calf-fit foot. This is our championship round. So coming from Split 1 is 407, Anna Wilgosh from the Meskinau Club with her Charlet pair. Second coming in is 301, Morgan Suter from the Kelvington Club with her Simmental cow Angus calf. Then we have 717, Ty Aries from the Tisdale Club with his Hereford pair. And 720, Megan Hunt from the Tisdale Club with her Red Angus pair. Comments from the judge.
A really nice division here, a 2-year-old pairs out here, and let's give them a quick round of applause. I think 4 really, really good cows out here, and this whole showing cow calves in the summertime can offer a lot of challenges, whether it's getting that cow back into the shape that you want her to, or halter breaking the calf-fat side. It's never easy, so I commend all these exhibitors, because I think there's 4 cows out here that are pretty impressive, and all different breeds and all different body shapes and packages, but one thing, I think they've all come into their self really well. They all have lots in terms of overall condition, and I think that's pretty impressive to see on some 2-year-old cows that are doing a really, really good job on their calves ahead of them. With that being said, I won't talk about them too much more. I'll just go and show you the 2 cows that I prefer, but a really good division here to start off our female show.
pretty girl who took him inside. And Johnny asked the pretty girl if he could take her hand. She became his wife and they bought a piece of land. Well, they raised up a family and they raised up the wood. They built their first cottage and it held like it should. Well, Johnny told the pretty girl, darling, I love you so. She looked back at Johnny and said, Johnny boy, I know, I know. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. You're the one.
Congratulations. Our grand champion 2-year-old cow-calf pair is 407. Anna Wilgosh from the Meskinat Ethelton Club with the Charlet pair. If you guys would like pictures taken with your banners, we can take a moment for that right now. Otherwise, we can do it at the 15-minute break. But if you'd like to come back in with your champion pairs, we will take a second to do that with the judge. Our reserve grand champion 2-year-old cow-calf pair is 717. Ty Aries with from the Tisdale Club with his Hereford pair. Third place in the championship round was 301. Morgan Suter from the Kelvington Club with the Simmental cow and Angus calf. Fourth place was 720. Megan Hunt from the Tisdale Club with the Red Angus pair. And fifth place was not in the ring, but our judge made that selection. Fifth place in the championship is 706 Ty Olson from the Tisdale Club with his Hereford cow and Simmental calf. Congratulations to all you 4-H'ers with your pairs. We'll grab the champs to come back in and get their pictures before everybody lays down. And after we've got some pictures with the judge, we'll move into class number 22.
she walked into this room tonight, I'd say, baby, won't you come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. Just spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but another instead. I wanna hate her, but another instead.
Running down Thompson Ridge in old blue jeans. A triple backflip off a rusted tire swing. Broken arm and trophy scars. Oh, that's one hell of a way to win a heart. It might kill him before we're done. At least it keeps us young. Young like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight. Young when you fall so fast, busy being 17 and hoping this love lasts. It might kill us before we're done. Love keeps us young. He was smoking those cigarettes down by the dock and racing my dad's Corvette against the clock. A 1950 classic red. That slow push phone buzzing our head. It might kill me before we're done. At least it keeps us young. Young like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight. Young when you fall so fast, busy being 23 and hoping this love lasts. It might kill us before we're done. Love keeps us young. Open arms, falling hard, can't keep up with this pace for long. I know I'll still want you when you're gone and beyond. Young like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight. Young when you fall so fast, living like we're 17 and hoping this love lasts. It might kill us before we're done. It might kill us before we're done. Love keeps us young.
Couple sponsors from this morning during our female classes, the cow calves and the heifers later. Some of those sponsors include Kelvington 4-H Beef Club, Brant, and Viterra. So thank you to those as part of our very long list of sponsors and supporters. We really appreciate that. As soon as we have some pictures wrapped up here, we will get going into our next class, class number 22. Okay, next in the ring we have class number 22, 3-year-old cow calf with natural calf at foot. Coming in the ring first is 608 Carson Pitzel from the Three Lakes Club with the Black Angus cow, Black Angus calf, born March 29th. Next is 303 Kaylin Suter from the Kelvington Club with the Simmental cow, Simmental calf, born March 22nd. Then 301 Morgan Suter from the Kelvington Club with the Simmental cow, Simmental calf, born March 19th. 712 is a scratch. 708 Wyatt Wilson from the Tisdale Club with the Black Angus cow, Black Angus calf, born February 17th. 206 Ruger LeClaire from the BD Club with the Red Angus cow, Simmental calf, born February 6th. Next coming in the ring is 310 Amber Spray from the Kelvington Club with the Gelvy cow, Gelvy calf, born February 2nd. 304 Kendra Ewan from the Kelvington Club with the Simmental cow, Simmental calf, born February 2nd. And finally 704 Mackenzie Olson from the Tisdale Club with the Speckle Park cow and the Simmental calf, born January 22nd. Thank you to all of the people working in the ring today, helping get these cattle moving and keep things moving around the ring. So thank you very much to you guys. Did also want to make a mention of our banner sponsors for the previous class. So that championship from the 2-year-old female natural calf at foot, we had 2 sponsors for the grand champion banner as well as for the reserve champion banner. Thank you to TNS Farms for sponsoring the grand champion banner. And thank you to Mohawk Animal Clinic for sponsoring the reserve grand champion banner.
Come on, let out a shout. Lift up your voice. Come on and sing it out. Sing it out. We need to take a stand. Take the helpless by the hand. Show them a hope that can save. Show them a love that is brave. It's time to make some noise. Make a difference with one voice. Together there's power to sing out louder. Let the truth be heard. Come on, let out a shout. Lift up your voice. Come on and sing it out. Sing it Stand out, rise up, sing it loud. 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 Let the truth be heard. Come on, let out a shout. Lift up your voice. Come on and sing it out. Let the truth be heard. Come on, let out a shout. Lift up your voice. Come on and sing it out. Sing it
Comments from the judge.
Well, probably one of the more challenging classes for me. I think it's a class that you can switch a lot of these cows around, and I'm not going to argue with you too much. For me, the pair that starts to put the most amount of good, kind of what I would call the combination pair of the class, young lady's black cow up front here that's going to win. When this cow is stopped from the side, there's a lot to like about this cow. Starting up front, I really like this cow in terms of her look. She's tidy through her head and neck. She remains flat enough in her shoulder. From there back, I think this cow is still big and expansive through her center body, a cow that still reads with some muscle shape and overall power. From the side, I think she's deep enough, and she offers enough in terms of sweep to the lower portion of her rib. Is she the softest? No, she's not. But that's a cow in terms of look, in terms of muscle. She's good enough in terms of her body shape. I think she's good enough in terms of her udder design, with a really solid bull calf up front. Just a really solid pair to start the class. Kind of the white-faced cow that comes next with the twins here. Right away when this cow come in, she hit me pretty hard. I think it's pretty unique for a cow to remain that powerful, that good in her condition, while raising a pair of big growthy steer calves in front of her. One of the longest bodied cows of the class that I think has a lot of good. She's good-footed, she's long-bodied, she's still smooth in her makeup. Another cow that's good enough in terms of her udder design. If we could shorten up her front teats a little bit, I think we could start making a call for her to win this class. But for me, I think she's just going to remain in second. Just want to shorten those teats up ever so slightly. But again, really nice job to that exhibitor on bringing a cow out in that shape with a pair of twins at side. Pair that stands in third, obviously, here's a calf that we talked about that's overwhelming in terms of his power, in terms of his more rugged build. A cow standing behind him that I think offers a little bit extra in terms of growth. Structurally, this cow is really, really good. I think to move her up any higher, let's just refine her in those teats ever so slightly. Again, I think if we can do that, she starts to make an argument for getting into our top pair. Similar can be said for the black cow that stands in fifth. Here's a steer calf that I'm obviously quite high on, one that we've already seen and talked about his power and added muscle and performance. The cow carries that same kind of added muscle and body. I just like to balance her up in a rudder to see her work her way any higher today. Red cow that comes next. Really like this cow in terms of her body shape. She's still good in terms of her look and balance. They maybe just get outpowered for some of the cows in front of us. Going to round out with a couple of pairs that are good-footed, sound-structured, good-uddered kind of a female. Again, they maybe just run out of gas for me, whether that's cow or calf, or we could just power them up. They could start to work their way up. But I think a really solid class all the way through.
Thank you. So this is our class for class number 22, 3-year-old cow calf with natural calf at foot. Our grand champion, first in the class, is 301 Morgan Suter from the Kelvington Club with her Simmental pair. Our reserve champion, 3-year-old cow calf pair, second in this class, is 708 Wyatt Wilson of the Tisdale Club with the Black Angus pair. Third in class is 704 Mackenzie Olson from the Tisdale Club with the Speckle Park cow, Simmental calf. Fourth is 304 Kendra Ewan from the Kelvington Club with the Simmental pair. And fifth in class, 310 Amber Spray from the Kelvington Club with her Gelbvi pair. If you guys would like to take a couple moments and get your picture taken over there with the judge with your banners, this would be a great time. The rest of you are excused from the ring. We are going to take a short 15-minute break. We'll break for 10 or 15 minutes. Let's shoot for 3:15. We'll come back. 3:15, we'll come back with class number 23, the Red Angus breeding heifer class.
If I don't have love, then what will I be? If I'm not your love, then what will I be? If I don't have love, then what will I be? Oh, and if I'm not your love, something we could know. Tell me, little darling, what you don't find. Did you ever really think, did you ever really try to give me all of you to know? Or did you just let go? What do you want from me? Honey, I can't even breathe. Tell me if I found what you can't see, would you come back to me? Tell me now, baby, would you come my way if I was a better man? If I could change, I would. But I find I'm at a loss for words, and even when they come, it hurts. What do you want from me? Honey, I can't even breathe. Tell me if I found what you can't see, would you come back to me? Tell me, babe, is this real? Or do I want what you don't feel? If you think that you don't know, and try to let me go, go. Tell me, babe, is this real? Or do I want what you don't feel? If you think that you don't know, and try to let me go, go. Try to let me go. Try to let me go. Try to let me go, go. Try to let me go. Try to let me go. Girl, I know your friends think that we're crazy. They just haven't seen love this plainly. When they ask what on earth is going on, just tune your record in and play this song. 'Cause to me, our love is like an old-fashioned finest whiskey poured out in our glasses. You are something sweet, sip you slow then repeat. You're the habit I thought I could be, but old-fashioned love's got a hold of me. Baby, I don't care, I don't think I'd even mind. Between holding your hand, what I'm feeling in the bottles of wine. 'Cause you just might be something that could stick. Well, at least I put my money down on it. 'Cause to me our love is like an old-fashioned finest whiskey poured out in our glasses. You are something sweet, sip you slow then repeat. You're the habit I thought I could be, but old-fashioned love's got a hold on me. Old-fashioned love's got a hold on me. Yeah, old-fashioned love. We've had pain and lovers go. We've been around enough to know that what this world really needs is something like you and me. Bitter with a touch of sweet, cold but it goes down with ease. Old-fashioned love is what this world really needs. Old-fashioned love. Old-fashioned love, yeah. 'Cause to me our love is like an old-fashioned finest whiskey poured out in our glasses. You are something sweet, sip you slow then repeat. You're the habit I thought I could be, but old-fashioned love's got a hold on me. Old-fashioned love. Old-fashioned love's got a hold on me. Old-fashioned love's got a hold on me.
We will get started up again in a couple of minutes. Until then, I'd like to give some recognition again to all of our very generous sponsors for supporting this show. So our platinum sponsors for the 2023 Melfort Regional 4-H show include Brandt, and Richardson Pioneer. Our gold sponsors include Alliance Genetics, DLMS, G3 Canada Limited, Kelvington 4-H Beef Club, Timac Agro Canada, Usselman and Johnson Chartered Professional Accountants, Viterra, Master Feeds, New Era Ag Technologies, SaskTel, and Townside Enterprises Limited. Also, another mention that we are on DLMS, so thank you very much to them for being here today and broadcasting the show today and tomorrow, as well as the sale tomorrow night. So if you've got any friends or family that can't be here and would like to tune in or see what's happening, DLMS is broadcasting our show. Okay, we're going to get started pretty quick, so if we can have all of our Red Angus breeding heifers make their way to the marshalling area, we're going to be looking for 4 of you for class number 23. Out of each breeding class this afternoon, we will be picking out, we will have placings of the top 5 from our judge, but the top 2 will be coming back in for the championship round after all the breed classes. So we will be placing top 5, but first place and second place from each breed class will be coming back in. Red Angus breeding heifers, please make your way to the marshalling area. There's 4. Okay. Okay.
Good thing you. No, I thought we were on class 24.
If I'm honest,
It's okay.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just wandering the ruins, looking for a place to start.
I will make a quick mention and acknowledge our sponsors for the banners in that previous class, the 3-year-old cow-calf champions that we had there earlier. Thank you to Bell M Farms for sponsoring the Grand Champion banner. And thank you to Dinero Farms for sponsoring the Reserve Grand Champion banner. All right, we're ready to go. Class number 23 coming in is Red Angus Breeding Heifer class. First in the ring is 101 Alice Skinner from the Bar West Club, heifer born April 15th. 410 Asha Shermacheski from the Meskinat Ethelton Club, heifer born March 26th. 706 Wyatt Wilson from the Tisdale Club, heifer born February 15th. And 720 Megan Hunt from the Tisdale Club, heifer born January 25th.
Won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing and sing it to me? Sing it to me. Open up my mind. Can I find a melody and sing it to me? Yeah, sing it to me. No, keep singing. Oh, keep singing. Oh, keep singing.
Comments from the judge.
I think a really nice class here to get us started in our yearling heifer show, and each one of these females I think have their class advantages. You could say as much about the heifer that stands in fourth, just as much as the heifer that stands in first. So they kind of offer some give and take. For me, the heifer that most combines the most amount of body, the most amount of power and muscle, and still does so in a structurally acceptable package, young man's solid red heifer up front. Here's the high-performing, big outline heifer that's still really sound when we ask her to move. She's big-footed. She's really good in terms of her bone and feature at the ground. But like I said, it's her power, it's her rib, it's her overall body, coupled with that structural integrity that I think allows her to win this class. Now, she's starting to push a little much for me in terms of condition at this point in the game. I definitely prefer the heifer that stands in second from a condition standpoint. This one's a little bit tidier, a little bit more feminine as we study her from her shoulders forward. From the outside looking in, the silhouette on this one is really, really good, just in terms of look, just in terms of balance. Where she falls into second place for me is she just doesn't replicate the power of our class winner. If we could just power that one up all the way through, I think she'll win this class pretty easily. The Speckle Park appearing heifer that stands in third, here's one that I kind of struggled with because I like a lot about this heifer. She's really deep and soft when you study her from the side. She's powerful all the way through in terms of her body shape. For me, where she wants to work herself down is I think on the move. This heifer reads a little bit more upright in the angle of her shoulder to me. She just doesn't get out and flex like the two cattle in front of her, and maybe we could just make this one a rib longer. She's just getting a shot too compact for me today. But again, that one's body and mass is undeniable. Young lady's heifer that stands in fourth, really good in terms of her look. Again, I probably prefer this one's condition over the Speckle Park appearing heifer that stands in third. I just like to power this one up all the way through, give her a shot more foot and bone and genuine width to work her way up any higher. But again, that's a heifer that reads with a lot of quality in terms of look, balance, and structural integrity.
First in class is 706, Wyatt Wilson from the Tisdale Club. Second in class, 720, Megan Hunt from the Tisdale Club. Third in class, 410, Aisha Shermacheski from the Meskinat Ethelton Club. And fourth in class, 101, Alice Skinner from the Bar West Club. Next in the ring, we have class number 24, Black Angus breeding heifer. Coming in first is 411, Kaylee Shermacheski from the Meskinat Ethelton Club, heifer born April 30th. 303, Kaylin Suter from the Kelvington Club, heifer born April 18th. 103, Sarah Skinner from the Bar West Club, heifer born April 17th. 722, Oren Hagnes from the Tisdale Club, heifer born March 31st. 709, Brock Wilson from the Tisdale Club, heifer born March 29th. 308, Amber McDonald from the Kelvington Club, heifer born March 12th. 406, Teslin Kiner from the Meskinat Ethelton Club, heifer born March 10th. 721, Cody Wilson from the Tisdale Club, heifer born March 4th. 609, Caitlin Pitzel from the Three Lakes Club, heifer born February 15th. And finally, 608, Carson Pitzel from the Three Lakes Club, heifer born February 5th. For those who didn't hear this morning, our judge today is Toby Noble. He grew up on a family farm, Black Gold Simmental, where they currently run about 370 purebred Simmental cows and a few Angus, northeast of Lloydminster. Growing up, he was always involved in the 4-H program and attended Hutchison Community College on a livestock judging scholarship in Kansas. Since then, he's returned home and works full-time on the farm. Thank you for being here, Toby.
You're gonna be a fiddler someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. We laughed and joked and skipped along the way, wondered if we'd ever be nostalgic for these days when we are old and gray. Sat with a sad old man in a dark cafe. I asked him what he's living for. He said not much these days. You are young, you best be on your way. If you wanna be a fiddler someday, you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. All day and on into the night, got there just before the shining early morning light, when it was such a sight. Is you're gonna be a fiddler someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. You're dreaming you will be a fiddler, an astronaut, a man that's on TV. Well, do it, yeah, don't just wait and see, 'cause you're gonna be a fiddler someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. Someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away.
Comments from the judge.
Another good class of Angus females, and we get to a couple areas in this class where we can start switching some cattle around, and I'm not going to argue with you too much, but for me, I think the easiest thing to do in this class is to find our class winner and find her pretty fast. I think just in terms of combining that show ring presence, that elite look, with the same kind of brood cow body mass and overall rib and dimension that heifer does, I think is really hard to replicate. Within this class, I think she's unmatched in that regard of being the good-looking one who still reads with enough body and enough power to go on and make a cow. Young lady does an awesome job of getting that one shown. Really nice female. From there, we move into a white-faced heifer in second. Does she blow you away in any one regard? Probably not, but I think this one's really, really solid all the way through. She has some growth, she has some power, she has some muscle. I like this one at the ground in terms of her foot size and shape, and structurally, I prefer her over the heifer that stands in third, and that's why I did switch them. Again, she doesn't blow you away in terms of look or in terms of power, and that's fine. Just a really solid female to stand in second. Heifer that stands in third, when the young lady gets this one stuck from the side, there's a lot to like about her. Really long and level through her hip and spine. A heifer that still has some muscle, still has some hip from behind. I think for me, we just want to see this one a shot more flexible on the go. She reads a little bit more upright in the angle of her shoulder, maybe just doesn't get out and flex like the heifer that stands in front of her, but again, a heifer that still has some really solid qualities. Heifer that stands in fourth, in comparison to the one in front of her, she probably offers a little bit more in terms of the sweep to the lower portion of her rib. She's a little bit softer and fuller through her forerib and flank. This one's maybe just not quite as good in her neck attachment, maybe just not as powerful all the way through. I like her body, I like her structure. Let's just power her up and see her just a shot tidier through her chest floor, I think, to move her up any higher. Young lady's baldy heifer that comes next. I like a lot about this heifer in terms of the depth that she has to her lower body. This one's still attractive through her head, neck, and chest floor. She wants to get a little bit rounder out of her hip, a little bit plainer and a little bit more narrow in terms of her pin set, but one that's still good from a body and look regard. Heifer that comes next, standing still from the side. I like a lot about this one. This one's really muscular all the way through from pin to pin, loin to loin. This one's really wide and expressive. When we ask her to go, she just wants to duck her pins ever so slightly, maybe just not quite as flexible as some of the other cattle in this class, but a heifer that reads with a lot of muscle. Few heifers we're going to round out the class with get a little bit different in terms of their condition, a little bit different in terms of their build. There's a couple that we could just tweak in terms of their overall build and look, maybe power a couple up. But again, I think there's still cattle down there that read with some quality, that read with some future, will still make nice cows down the road. But a really nice Angus class winner for me is quite good.
The top two heifers out of this class will be coming back in later on for the championship round. So top 5 out of this class. First in class is 406 Teslin Kiner from the Meskinat Ethelton Club. Second in class, 721 Cody Wilson from the Tisdale Club. Third in class, 411 Kaylee Shermacheski from the Meskinat Ethelton Club. Fourth, 103 Sarah Skinner from the Bar West Club. And fifth, 609 Caitlin Pitzel from the Three Lakes Club. Next in the ring is class number 25, Charolais breeding heifer. We have 6 heifers coming into this class. First in the ring is 716 Desiree Dufault from the Tisdale Club, heifer born February 26th. 409 Carter Wilgosh from the Meskinat Ethelton Club, heifer born February 14th. 202, Dane Nielsen from the BD Club, heifer born February 9th. 510, Mackenzie Temple from the Moose Range Club, heifer born January 28th. 407, Anna Wilgosh from the Meskinat Ethelton Club, heifer born January 22nd. And 714, Landon Burrill from the Tisdale Club, heifer born January 13th.
Another good class here in our Charlet division, and I think a lot of cow power and muscle all the way through. For me, the power heifer of the class is going to win it for me. This one's just sheer body mass and overall power and potential brood cow image to me is kind of unique in this class. In terms of her body shape, this one's the softest and the deepest in the lower portion of her body. She's also the boldest and most massive. As we study her in through her center body, as we study how muscular and massive this one is, right behind her shoulder and in through her loin and out of her hip, this one is really, really powerful. I think structurally, this heifer's still plenty comfortable. For me, if we could maybe just tidy up this one's head and neck and crest just ever so slightly, I think I'd like her even that much more. But when you start putting that kind of power and mass into one, I also understand that it's not as easy to keep them as pretty from their shoulders forward. In saying that, I do prefer the head and neck in the heifer that stands in second. I think she's just a little bit tidier in that regard. She's just a little bit better through her shoulder. And I actually prefer this heifer in terms of her teat size and placement, possibly over our class winner. She just doesn't replicate the same kind of body mass and depth of rib. She wants to maybe push her chest floor out just a little bit more than our class winner. But again, in terms of length of body, in terms of power and structural integrity, I still like that heifer. Young man that stands in third, when he gets this one stuck and from the side, man, she gives you a second look. Really long and high tying in her neck attachment. This one's really thin and attractive in terms of her head and her crest. I think from there back, she's still plenty long and powerful in terms of her body shape. To me, just on the go, this heifer's a little bit more upright in the angle of her shoulder. She just wants to drop off right behind her shoulder up high ever so slightly. I think if we can fill that heifer in, make her just a shot more flexible on the go, she'd work her way up in this class. Heifer that stands in fourth, here's another one that's not going to overpower you in any regard, but I think she's just solid all the way through. She's good-footed, she's long-bodied, and structurally she's really solid. She just kind of plays out in terms of look and in terms of performance. If we could just give that one a few more of those extra pieces, she'd start to work her way up as well. There's more look and there's more front end quality in the heifer that stands in fifth. Probably as good as any in terms of her throat latch and chest floor. This one I just like to soften up from the sides here a little bit softer and deeper from her forerib to flank, but a heifer that reads with a lot of look. As muscular and powerful as any is the heifer that's going to round out this class. I love her body shape and muscle expression. To me, this one's just a little bit rigid off of her hind leg. Most importantly, I think we just need to fix this one in terms of her foot design at the ground. But again, that one reads with a lot of power and a lot of muscle. Really nice class of Charlet females.
Top two from this class will be coming back in to the championship round later on. First in class is 407, Anna Wilgosh from Meskinat Ethelton. Second, 409, Carter Wilgosh from Meskinat Ethelton. Third, 714, Landon Burrill from the Tisdale Club. Fourth, 716, Desiree Dufault from the Tisdale Club. And fifth, 510, Mackenzie Temple from the Moose Range Club. Next in the ring, we have class number 26, Speckle Park Breeding Heifer. There will be 3 entries in here. First in the ring is 514, Eliza Rosevold from the Moose Range Club, heifer born February 6th. 704, Mackenzie Olson from the Tisdale Club, heifer born January 29th. And 705, Austin Olson from the Tisdale Club, heifer born January 20th.
Up in the morning to whistles and bells. The city's got its stories to tell. Voices lift easy, they come out like the ocean swells. Tonight I'm looking far past a bottle in my hand. Sometimes it's all the truth I can stand. I just follow the way the wind, it blows my plans. tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again. The story will find me, and I'll turn to words how I should have fallen for a bluebird. At least you know each spring they always return. And I've learned to capture this mixture of shadows and glory, hang them up like pictures on the wall, and stay laughing through my tears after it all. And I am tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again.
Comments from the judge.
Really nice class winner, I think, in this class. And when this one come in the ring, she hit me pretty hard just for being the extra growth, extra performance heifer that still has a really, really nice look from her shoulders forward. Super attractive and thin and refined through her head, neck, and shoulder. From there back, she still balances up well in terms of the sweep that she has to her lower body. A heifer that reads with enough muscle. Structurally, she's still good. Really, really solid female, I think, to win this class. Couple more similar heifers, I think, here come in second and third. And for me, the heifer that stands in second is just structurally a little bit better option, I think, of the two. Moderate framed, really big bodied, really powerful brood cow prospect. In this one's own right, I do really like her. You know, it's to me, it's not necessarily close between her and her class winner, but that heifer on her own, I think, is really, really solid in terms of being a moderate framed, huge bodied brood cow prospect. Really nice female, just not some of the extra pieces, I think, that our class winner has. Heifer that stands in third, another moderate framed one that's big in terms of her body shape. This one strikes me as really easy doing. If we could just clean her up in her underline in terms of her navel, I think we just need to shorten this one up in terms of her foot design at the ground to work her way up any higher. But I think those are three really different but solid females.
Thanks. Top two in the ring will come back into the championship round. First in class, 704, Mackenzie Olson from the Tisdale Club. Second, 705, Austin Olson from the Tisdale Club. And third in class, 514, Eliza Rosevold from the Moose Range Club. Next in the ring is class number 27. Please note that 501 is a scratch, so we will have 4 animals coming into the ring. First in the ring is 217, Bryce Cooper from the BD Club. Heifer born March 10th. 706, Ty Olson from the Tisdale Club. Heifer born February 9th. 718, Kenzie Aries from the Tisdale Club. Heifer born January 19th. And 723, Abigail Aries from the Tisdale Club. Heifer born January 10th. Comments from the judge.
Four really different females here in our Hereford class, but again, I think they're each female has their own class advantages. For me, the added performance, the added growth, and the added overall power in our class winner is what kind of sorts her up today. Structurally, I think this heifer is really good. She's big-footed, she's big-boned, she's really fluid when we ask her to go. But again, it's her added growth, it's her added substance and performance, I think, that allows her to sit over the Brockleface heifer in second. You know, some will say that we could maybe soften this heifer up from the sides here just a little bit deeper, and I would agree with that, but to me this heifer's still really green in her condition. I think you put a little bit more weight on her, I think her body just grows and grows. I think that's a heifer that reads with a lot of cow power in the future. Young man does a nice job of getting her shown. Brockleface heifer that stands in second in comparison. Here's one that, like I said, is a little bit softer and deeper from her forerib to flank. With that, I also think this heifer reads with just a shot more condition than our class winner, but again, she's soft from the side, a heifer that I think is really long-bodied. I like this heifer's muscle pattern. I just don't think that she has the added growth or the added overall performance as our class winner. Just a really solid female to stand there in the second hole. Young lady's doing an awesome job on a really quiet Hereford marked heifer that stands here in third. This heifer is really, really muscular up high. I really like her for that. I think she's still bold and powerful through her center rib. From the side, this one just reads a little bit harder in terms of her body type. Maybe just, again, not some of those extra pieces as the two in front of her, but young lady's doing an awesome job. Young man's going to round out the class with a roan heifer. Structurally, this heifer's as good as any. She's as honest and green as any, and I can really appreciate her for that. It's just unfortunate today she comes at us in the flattest overall package, but nonetheless going to be a nice cow for the young man down the road. Really nice class of Hereford females.
Top two will be coming back for the champ round. First in class is 706 Ty Olson from the Tisdale Club. Second in class, 718 Kenzie Aries from the Tisdale Club. Third, 723 Abigail Aries from the Tisdale Club. And fourth, 217 Bryce Cooper from the BD Club. Thank you to our sponsors this afternoon for all the female and heifer classes, Kelvington 4-H Beef Club, Brant, and Viterra. Also making a quick mention of the food truck again. If anyone is in some need of some afternoon snacks, there's a food truck open to my right, most of your lefts, to the west there at the end of the arena. There's a food truck there. It will be open tomorrow morning right at 7 a.m., so if any members need some breakfast, that food truck will be open tomorrow morning as well. Getting right into class number 28, Shorthorn Breeding Heifer. Coming in first, 106 is Callie Schick of the Bar West Club, heifer born April 7th. And 109, Roy Smolenbeck from the Bar West Club, heifer born March 7th.
I wake up in the morning in this gray blue state. Golden fingers caress my face. Slips through the window on a silky breeze. A dreamer's life to plant some seeds. She's my believer, healing all my doubts. A lighted mirror, reflecting out every true potential. A bedrock belief in a elaborate plot to set this bird free.
sunset, white cotton June, her body sings, and I join the tune. All the sirens calling, crows leave their trees, but a peace pervades us, and the dreamers dream of every element of past, every
Comments from the judge.
she paints pictures blue and green, and I release them to the sea for the ancient.
Just a pair of females here in our shorthorn class, and I think heifers that are quite a bit different. For me, the white spotted heifer simply just reads with more genuine cow power and more genuine body mass. She's bolder in her rib shape. She's more expressive in terms of her muscle pattern. A heifer that still has a nice enough look up front, one that still balances up good enough from the side. But like I said, most importantly, I think it's her advantages in terms of body and mass that allows her to win this class. Young man's heifer that stands in second, one you really got to appreciate for this one's look and balance. She's by far the greener option of today, and that's something that I definitely respect that female for. A lot of look, a lot of balance. She just runs out of overall power and genuine mass and width to get over the white spotted heifer, but nonetheless a still solid female.
Both of these heifers will be coming back into our champ round. First in class, 106 Callie Schick from the Bar West Club, and second, 109 Royce Molenbeek from the Bar West Club. Next in the ring, we have class number 29, Simmental Breeding Heifer. We do have two splits, so coming in first is going to be split 1, followed afterward by split 2, and then we will have a little final round for those Simmental breeding heifers. So it'll feel like 3 classes. Coming in first here is split 1. 201, Rhett Linoff from the BD Club, heifer born April 23rd. 302, Taryn Suter from the Kelvington Club, heifer born April 20th. 509, Chloe Cranch from the Moose Range Club, heifer born April 19th. 203, Kyla Kernelligan from the BD Club, heifer born March 28th. 605, Peyton Buckle from the Three Lakes Club, heifer born March 22nd. 606, Cooper Buckle from the Three Lakes Club, heifer born March 15th. 306, Jacob McLean from the Kelvington Club, heifer born March 15th. 707, Celeste Fleury from the Tisdale Club, heifer born March 15th. 710, Casey Wilson from the Tisdale Club, heifer born March 3rd. And 301, Morgan Suter from the Kelvington Club, heifer born February 24th.
In the radio, we got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow. We got 10 miles of open road. Last in the radio. We got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow. We're good to go. So much that we don't know. Yeah, there's so much we can't control. But we got both windows down and wide open ground. Ain't gonna take it slow. We're good to go. Yeah, we're good to go. We're good to go. Well, I walked up to a mountain, followed a bird off there, 'cause I found me a woman who treated me unfair. And I awoke someone to scream. Trouble finds you in worry. It sticks around to your day. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. An icy wind it was blowing. I had to find me a hole for to climb in and live forevermore. And I heard voices calling in my delirious state. They're saying something out in Spanish. That's when I went insane. Trouble finds you in worry. It sticks around to your day. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. When I started that story, I forgot that this is a live recording, so now we can't use this song either. But she's gonna hear it eventually. So they can just mess it up now if they want. They can do whatever they want. Well, I came back down from that mountain. I had to find me a job. Come in and live. I was selling gas and soda pops. One afternoon I was bothered because those thoughts they don't end. Set me back up. Up to that mountain again. Trouble finds you in worry. It sticks around to your day. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. Trouble finds you in worry. It sticks around to your day. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. She will. Thank you.
Comments from the judge.
Well, I think a pretty tough class, Simmentals here in our first split, and there's a lot of variety and differences throughout all these cattle, and there's a lot of really, really good ones. For me, that heifer that's going to win this class, does she ever blow you away in one area? No, probably not, but here's another one to me that I think is just hard to fault. Starting with this one's condition, I read this one to be pretty green, kind of what you see is what you get. Here's a heifer that's real honest in terms of her body shape and muscle expression. She's extremely muscular up high, right behind her shoulder and in through her loin and out of her hip. With that, I still think she's soft enough from the side. Is she the deepest body? No, she's not. But like I mentioned, I still read this one to be pretty green. If you put her in the condition of a couple other heifers, I think she'd be one of the bigger bodied ones in this class. Some added foot, some added bone in this female, just a really solid, complete one to win this class. It kind of gets close for me between 2 and 3. For me, the heifer that stands in second is probably just a little bit better structured than the heifer in third, and that's what kind of made my final decision. Heifer from second, as compared to our class winner, this one has just a shot more on her in terms of condition. With that, I think she's a little bit fuller and softer through her forerib and flank. I think this one still balances up really good when you study her from her chest floor in through her forerib and all the way back. With that being said, she's also one of the oldest heifers in this class, and to be honest, I'd maybe just like to see a little bit more of her in terms of sheer growth. We could maybe see this one's top line just collect a little bit better when we ask her to go. But again, in terms of being a soft, moderate-framed, big-bodied brood cow, that heifer still reads with a lot of quality. There's no doubt the heifer that stands in third of our top trio. Here's the biggest outline, performance-driven female. With that, here's another one to me that just reads with a little bit of extra condition. As we study her in through her chest floor, she's just wanting to push out ever so slightly. But like I mentioned more critically, it's on the move where she sorts into third for me. She's a little bit more upright and straighter in her shoulder, just not quite as flexible as a couple of the cattle in front of her. But again, in terms of being the long-bodied, big outline performance heifer, that female still has a lot of good. Young man does an awesome job on a red baldy female that stands here in fourth. And here's a heifer that I struggled with because I really like what this heifer represents in terms of being a moderate-framed, easy-doing, big-bodied brood cow. But here's another one I'd just like to see just a shot more of her in terms of sheer growth, make her just a little bit longer in her cannon bone, maybe tidy her up through her head, neck, and shoulder ever so slightly. But like I said, if you had a pasture full of those, I think you're going to be profitable due to her moderate-framed, easy-keeping kind of image. Black heifer that comes next. Here's the greener option in comparison to the female right in front of her. She's far more attractive in through her head, neck, and shoulder, and I appreciate that about this female. Here's one that just wants to work up in her tail head ever so slightly. She's not as soft as we study her from the side. This view right there, I'd just like to pull that one down, soften her up ever so slightly. Young ladies, black, white-legged female. Here's one that from the side has a lot of balance, has a lot of structural integrity, a female that I think has a lot of quality. Let's just power this one up ever so slightly, make her a little bit bigger, make her a little bit stouter, because again, she has the structural and balance advantages over some in this class. If we can just power that one up ever so slightly, she's definitely going to work her way up in this class. Young man does an awesome job with a really green, really honest red heifer. I like this one's body shape. She's still bold, she's still muscular. She's just not as soft as some of the other ones in front of her. Maybe just like to change that one in through her head and in through her ear set, I think, to work her way up any higher. But again, a really green heifer that still reads with a lot of good. Trio of red heifers that are going to round out the class. Long-bodied, really good structured kind of females. We'd maybe just like to soften them up ever so slightly, just change them in their condition and their body shape, I think, to work them up higher. But again, there's a lot of quality down that line. A really tricky first split of females in our Simmental division.
So the first and second out of that class will be coming back in after split 2 to have a Simmental final. So first in class 302, Taryn Suter from Kelvington. Second 301, Morgan Suter from Kelvington. Third 710, Casey Wilson of Tisdale. Fourth 606, Cooper Buckle from Three Lakes. And fifth 201, Rhett Lanoff from the Beatty Club. Next in the ring is Split 2 from class number 29, Simmental Breeding Heifer. Coming in the ring first is 5'11", Brady Thiessen from the Moose Range Club, heifer born February 20th. Next is 205, Nixon Leclerc from the BD Club, heifer born February 17th. 512, Mackenzie Thiessen from the Moose Range Club, heifer born February 14th. 304, Kendra Ewan of the Kelvington Club, heifer born February 13th. 204, Laken Leclerc from the BD Club, heifer born February 12th. 404, Kyle Wilton of the Meskinau Ethelton Club, heifer born February 3rd. 401, Carter Schmier from the Meskinau Ethelton Club, heifer born January 19th. 513, Aubrey Rosevold from the Moose Range Club, heifer born January 8th. 208, Ruger Leclerc from the BD Club, heifer born January 8th. And 603, Callie Galen from the Three Lakes Club, heifer born January 6th. Comments from the judge.
Well, for me in this class, I think there's a pair of Simmental heifers that start to work their way up just in terms of their advantages, in terms of structural integrity and overall brood cow image and overall center body. The full-blood appearing heifer that's going to start the class, when you directly compare her to the Baldy female behind her, she offers a little bit more in terms of foot and feature at the ground. She offers just a little bit more in terms of genuine base width and overall power. With that, I also think she's a little bit tidier through her navel and through her chest floor. Like I mentioned, it's structural integrity that I think sorted these two heifers to the top. I both think they're really, really good in that regard. To me, just the full-blood appearing heifer has just a little bit more stoutness, a little bit more muscle and feature than the Black Baldy, and that's why she's going to win this class. Black Baldy that stands in second from the side you like a lot about. This one's soft and deep in terms of her rib cage. She's still high tying and attractive in the way that the neck comes out of her shoulder. I like this one through her head and neck. I think she still reads to be feminine. She's just not as much in terms of stoutness of feature at the ground. She's not as muscular in through her hip and stifle, and that's why she's going to land in the second place. Young man's heifer that stands in third, I can appreciate a lot about this female. I think this one is really, really green. And I think this is one that's really, really good structured and has an awesome look from the side. Yes, we'd like to soften her up. We'd like to see more of this heifer. I do agree with that. But in terms of balance, in terms of genuine build and being good kind of cattle, I like that heifer a lot. Like I mentioned, she's green, she's honest. We'd just like to see more of her. And if we do, I think she's going to win this class in the future. Young man does an awesome job of getting her shown. More full-blood appearing heifer that stands here in fourth. Here's another one that I like from the side in terms of her look, in terms of the sweep that she has to her lower body. Structure on this heifer I think is really good, and that's why she's going to stand above the Black Blaze heifer right behind her, just in terms of her advantages at the ground and in terms of flexibility. Really solid female, but another one that just doesn't blow you away in terms of muscle. She flattens a little bit to the base of her quarter and in through her stifle, but again, just a really solid kind of a female. Black Blaze heifer that stands in fifth, and there's as much extras on this one as any in this class, and I realize that. She's really, really big-bodied, really, really muscular, huge-footed at the ground, and really stout in terms of her features. This is just one. When we ask her to go, to me, she's just too upright in her angles. I'd like to see this heifer more flexible off either end of her skeleton, and if we do that, she's going to run away with this class pretty easily, but just today, I think we need to fix that one in terms of her angles to see her move up any higher. Probably a better structured red heifer that stands here next. She's a little bit more flexible off of both ends. A big performance heifer who's long-bodied and still muscular. This one just gets a little bit plain for me in terms of her look, and in terms of her head and neck, but just a solid, nice brood cow kind of a female to stand here in the sixth hole. As we move down, we see some cattle that are a little bit different in terms of their body shapes. A few of them I just like to change on the move in terms of their angles, in terms of their structure, and if we can do that, they'll definitely work their way up higher. But again, that's just a really solid class all the way through. Good job to the young man on top.
Sneak around like it's going out of style. Try to keep these balls up in the air. Yeah, they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have three lovers. Sometimes I wish I had me a twin brother, because it takes a lot of steam making all that hubba hubba. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler.
Top two out of this split will come back in, and we will have a Simmental final class. So there'll be 4 heifers coming back into our final. At that time, we will make the mention for our 5th place heifer at that time. First in class is 5'11", Brady Thiessen from the Moose Range Club. Second, 5'13", Aubrey Rosevold from the Moose Range Club. Third, 206, Ruger Leclerc from the BD Club. And 205 is fourth, Nixon Leclerc from the BD Club. And fifth, 304, Kendra Ewan from the Kelvington Club. Coming back into the ring for our Simmental final is 302 from Split 1 is 302, Taryn Suter from Kelvington. 301, Morgan Suter from Kelvington. And then from Split 2, we have coming back 511, Brady Thiessen from Moose Range. And 513, Aubrey Rosevold from Moose Range.
Take me over to the north side so I can find my way. Lord knows I've walked the south streets, I've wasted hearts and days. So take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. Take me down to shining waters, towns of grit and pride. Let me check my own soul, I've nowhere left to hide. And take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg.
Comments from the judge.
Take me to a hilltop castle, to a room all draped in white. Give me some familiar faces so I know I'll be alright. Then take it all, take everything from me, then bring it on. It's because
Well, I won't take up too much time. I know it's been a long enough day for a lot of you, and we still got a few classes to go. But I think there's 4 really, really solid Simmental females out here. I'll go and show you my 2 favorites.
take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a state of mind where kings are pouring paupers rich. Take away my trembling fingers, I'll take away that faithful itch. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to
Alrighty, so coming back into the champ heifer round is going to be that first place heifer overall, 5'11", Brady Thiessen of Moose Range, as well as the second place heifer out of this class, 302, Taryn Suter of Kelvington. Then third place out of this class was 513, Aubrey Roosevelt of Moose Range. Fourth, 301, Morgan Suter of Kelvington. And our fifth place heifer, who was not in the ring, but our judge picked out, fifth place went to 710, Casey Wilson from Tisdale. Moving right along into class number 30, Maine Anjou breeding heifer. First in the ring, 210, Alyssa Spratt from the BD Club, heifer born March 15th. 215, Robin Spratt from the BD Club, heifer born March 1st. 212, JC Spratt from the BD Club, heifer born February 23rd. 213, Kyle Spratt of the BD Club, heifer born February 21st. 405, Hayden Elliott Nelson of the Meskinat Ethelton Club, heifer born February 9th. And 211, Caitlin Spratt of the BD Club, heifer born February 5th. Comments from the judge.
I think an interesting class here as we move into our main Anjou class. And for me, I think structural integrity starts to sort it. To me, the best built heifer here is going to win. You know, along with her structural advantages, I think here's a heifer that has the advantage in terms of look, in terms of show ring presence. The way this heifer ties out of the top side of her shoulder is really, really high. I think from there back, this one's still smooth and powerful through her center body. Is she the biggest in terms of her foot and bone structure? No, she's not, but I'm fine with that due to her advantages in terms of build, in terms of look, and in terms of balance. Heifer that stands in second, here's one that's maybe a little bit bigger at the ground than our class winner. She's bigger and bolder in her foot size and shape. She offers a little bit more stoutness in terms of her bone work. This one just isn't quite as unique in terms of her look. She has a little bit more throat and chest in comparison to our class winner. She maybe just wants to round out ever so slightly out of her hip, but that's still a sound structured, good-bodied one that's solid all the way through. Similar can be said for the heifer that stands in third. She's going to beat the heifer over fourth due to her advantages in terms of her angles. To me, she's more acceptable on the move, more flexible at the ground than the heifer right behind her, but another one that just kind of falls into third logically for me. She gets a little bit plainer all the way throughout in terms of her muscle pattern, in terms of her look, but again, that's still one that I think is really solid, going to make a nice cow. Heifer that stands in fourth. When this one is parked and from the side, I like a lot of things about her. Starting up front, this one's really, really neat and tidy about her head and neck. She's really high tying in her net structure. And standing still, I like a lot about her. Due to her advantages in terms of look and balance, to me, her front end just wants to get a little bit too upright. She just wants to toe out at the ground when we study her from her knee to the ground. But again, in terms of look, that heifer still has a lot of quality. A little bit more body and a little bit more mass is found in the heifer right behind her. This one gets a little bit plainer in her look in terms of her neck attachment and out of her hip. Young lady that's going to round out the class, there's a heifer with as much extras in terms of body and mass and power. To me, this one's just too upright in her angles. We just need to see her a little bit sounder. But I think that's a really solid class all the way through. Really easy class winner for me.
First in class, 405, Hayden Elliott Nelson from Meskinat Ethelton. Second, 213, Kyle Spratt from the BD Club. Third, 210, Alyssa Spratt from the BD Club. Fourth, 215, Robin Spratt from the BD Club. And fifth, 212, JC Spratt from the BD Club. Next in the ring, we have class number 21. This is Clubby Breeding Heifer. We have 2 entries coming in first, 418, Cannon Kiner from the Meskinat Ethelton Club, born March 3rd, and 515, Amelia Rosevold from the Moose Range Club, heifer born February 1st. Comments from the judge.
Two really, really good females here, and I think there's a pair of heifers out here that could have stood a lot of competition. A couple of young showmen that are doing a really, really nice job on them. Again, I think there's there's two heifers that read with a lot of quality, although they're very, very different. To me, the black baldy heifer is just a little bit smoother all the way through. She's a little bit longer bodied, and I think I give her the slight structural advantage of the pair. She's just a little bit more relaxed through her shoulder with that. Like I said, this heifer is just an extra rib longer. She's super smooth all the way throughout. Young man does a nice job of getting this one's head up and just showing off. I think this one's a unique look from her shoulders forward. Just a really, really solid female. Now there's definitely more muscle, there's more foot, and there's more bone in the roan heifer that stands in second. And initially, I was thinking that was going to be my class winner due to her advantages in terms of foot, bone, and overall muscle. This one just wants to open at her shoulder blade ever so slightly. She's just not quite as square when she plants from her knee to the ground as our class winner, and that's why she's going to stand in second. But like I said, that's a heifer that's still really, really good, extremely muscular, has an awesome look. Young lady does a really nice job. Let's give them a round of applause. Those are two really good heifers.
First in class, 418, Cannon Kiner from Meskinat Ethelton, and second, 515, Amelia Rosevold from Moose Range. Both those entries will come back in for the champ round. Next up, class number 32, Limousine Breeding Heifer. We have two entries here too. Coming in first is 711, Emma Qualley from the Tisdale Club, heifer born March 3rd, and 713, Jackson Qualley from the Tisdale Club, heifer born January 2nd. Comments from the judge.
Two very, very different females here in our limousine class. The black heifer up front, I think, offers a little bit more in terms of genuine muscle and mass. She's bigger boned, she's bigger featured, she offers more width at the ground. But I think, to me, most importantly, here's the better footed alternative in this class. I think it's her advantage at the ground, to me, that kind of solidifies her place in first. Red heifer that stands in second, I appreciate this one's added growth and length and smoothness. There's a lot of cow power all the way throughout. I think this is just one I'd like to rearrange in terms of her foot design and shape to make her work her way up any higher. Like I said, two very, very different females, but they both definitely have their class advantages.
In the limousine breeding heifer class, first is 711 Emma Qualley from the Tisdale Club, and second, 713 Jackson Qualley from the Tisdale Club. Our last breed class of today is class number 33, the Gelvie breeding heifer class. We have 2 entries. Coming in first is 310 Amber Spray from the Kelvington Club, heifer born April 27th, and 312 Rebecca Spray from the Kelvington Club, heifer born January 28th. We will ask at this time for all of our top 2 placings from each respective breed category classes to make their way to the marshalling area. After this class, we will roll right into our grand champion class. Comments from the judge.
Another pair of heifers to me that are quite a bit different. It's the red heifers, I think, advantages in terms of softness and depth of rib and structural integrity that I think allows her to win. She's a little bit softer and more balanced from her forerib to flank in comparison to the black heifer right behind her. I think she offers just a little bit more softness and flexibility at the ground when we ask these cattle to go. Black heifer definitely offers a little bit more in terms of growth and overall performance. Heifer that still reads with a nice muscle pattern up high and from behind, just not as soft as the one in front of her, but like I said, maybe just want to free this one up at the ground ever so slightly when we ask her to move. But I think those are 2 very different females, both read with quality.
First in class, 310 Amber Spray from Kelvington, and second, 312 Rebecca Spray from the Kelvington Club. These 2 heifers will just pull off to the side, and we'll welcome back in all of our top 2 from each other breed class. Looks like we're ready to go with our championship round. So we'll welcome back in all of our first and second place heifers from each of their breed classes for our championship round of bred heifers. Yeah, I could. Coming in from our Red Angus breeding heifer class was 708 Wyatt Wilson from Tisdale and 720 Megan Hunt from Tisdale. From our Black Angus breeding heifer class, we have 406 Teslin Kiner from Mescana Ethelton and 721 Cody Wilson from Tisdale. Out of the Charolais breeding heifer class, we have 407 Anna Wilgosh from Mescana Ethelton and 409 Carter Wilgosh from Mescana Ethelton. Then from our Speckle Park breeding heifer calf class, we have 704 Mackenzie Olson from Tisdale, 705 Austin Olson from Tisdale. Coming in from the Hereford breeding heifer class, 706 Ty Olson from Tisdale, 718 Kenzie Aries from Tisdale. From the Shorthorn breeding heifer class, 106 Callie Schick from Bar West, 109 Royce Molenbeek from Bar West. Coming out of our Simmental breeding heifer classes is 511 Brady Thiessen from Moose Range and 302 Taryn Suter from Kelvington. Then coming from our Main Anjou breeding heifer class is 405 Hayden Elliott Nelson from Mescana Ethelton and 213 Kyle Spratt from the Beatty Club. Clubby breeding heifer calf class, we have 418 Cannon Kiner from the Mescana Ethelton Club, 515 Amelia Rosevold from the Moose Range Club. Coming in from the Limousine breeding heifer calf class, 711 Emma Qualley from Tisdale, 713 Jackson Qualley from Tisdale. And finally from the Gelvie breeding heifer class, 310 Amber Spray from Kelvington and 312 Rebecca Spray from Kelvington. Congratulations to all you 4-H'ers making it into this championship round. This is already exciting. Our judge, congrats. Huge accomplishment just to get into this ring here. Our judge will be selecting top 5, which we'll announce at the end. But like usual, he will just be going out and selecting that grand champion and then the reserve grand champion. And then we'll make those announcements.
What an awesome group of females out here in the champion heifer lineup. Let's give them a quick round of applause. It's been a lot of fun here sorting the female show, and I know we still have a couple classes to go, so I won't take too much time, but I think there's a lot of really, really good cattle out here and a lot of really good cattle back at the barns. I think to me, when you start picking a champion, I think among breeds is, to me, it comes down to which cattle I think are most unique for their particular breed. I know each one of these breeds have their own advantages and disadvantages, and I understand that, but I think there's some cattle out here that for their specific breed are really, really unique, and I'd like to congratulate those exhibitors on that. So with that being said, I'll go out and show you a couple of my favorites.
Okay, I think we've got you guys sorted out. So congratulations, our grand champion bred heifer is 406 Teslin Kiner from Meskinat Ethelton. Our reserve grand champion bred heifer is 407 Mackenzie Olson from Tisdale. The judges also placed third, fourth, and fifth. Third place out of this champ round is 405 Hayden Elliott Nelson from Meskinat Ethelton. Fourth place, 511 Brady Thiessen from the Moose Range Club. And fifth is 407 Anna Wilgosh from Meskinat Ethelton. Congratulations to you top 5 placers, and of course to this entire ring. This is a great class. We'll just take a moment to look at home-raised heifer champion and then look at that AI sired heifer next. Back in the show barns for all the other members, the last class of the day is going to be that class number 37, group of 4 heifers. So if you don't already have that decided, go sort that out with your club. We'll figure this next champ classes out and carry on from that.
this night. I guess I'll take you home again.
Can we get our sponsors for the banners to make their way over to the photo corner? So our banner sponsor for the champion is Nielsen Acres. And our banner sponsor for the reserve champ is Quality Limousine. Please head over to that photo corner so we can include you.
I'll be the one who is what you won't do. I'll be your foolish kid. You stole the best a thief could even give. A heart of love, the blood to one last touch. I'll be the one who gives what you want to. I'll be
just trying to get it right. Picking up the pieces of my busted life. If she walked into this room tonight, I'd say, baby, won't you come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a baked potato. Just spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but a lover instead. I wanna hate her, but a lover instead.
Well, I heard it through the wire that the world's gonna catch on fire. The stakes couldn't get any higher, and we're finally
Okay, everybody, thank you for your patience. We've got some names here for the champion home-raised heifer. That is going to Mackenzie Olson of the Tisdale Club. Second place for the home-raised heifer goes to Hayden Elliott Nelson from Meskinat Ethelton. And third place for the home-raised heifer goes to Brady Thiessen of Moose Range. We also have decisions made for class number 36, the AI sired heifer. So the champion AI sired heifer goes to Teslin Kiner from Meskinat Ethelton. The second place champion AI sired heifer goes to Mackenzie Olson from the Tisdale Club. And the third placing for AI sired heifer goes to Anna Wilgosh from the Meskinat Ethelton Club.
and the time will come to choose, and there's no way you can.
Thank you very much for your guys' patience on that. All the heifers are excused from the show ring. Those champions can hang around if they want a couple pictures. And if we are able to take a couple pictures, then we'll finish off the day with our class number 37 group of 4 heifers.
Way up high in that Minnesota sky, that's where you'll see it by and by. They say it's coming any day, and we're all gone the other way. Gonna live as long as I'm alive. Way up high in that Minnesota sky, that's where you'll see it by and by. They say it's coming any day, and we're all
My correction, everybody. So we're going to move into that Grand Champion female class next. So we'll give you guys a couple moments to get your pairs brought back up. We do need to go and have our Grand Champion female class. So we will be bringing back our champion bred heifers and comparing those to the cow-calf pairs we saw earlier today. And then we'll have a couple of champions, Grand Champion Reserve champion females to have decided here first. As our members are working to get things organized and come back in the ring for that champ female round, Did just want to make another mention of the type of show we have here. So this is the biggest show that the Melfort Regional 4-H has seen in quite some time. We've got 105 members here with 230 head of cattle from 7 different clubs. So there's a lot of cattle to sort through today, as we've seen, and more to come tomorrow. Our show committee is made up of Carmen Elliott as the chair. Our committee members are Terry Hunt, Mike Spratt, Lyle Heidecker, Kim Pitzel, Richard Molenbeek, Jason Schick, Pat Skinner, Lisa Schmier, Stacy Hunt, Crystal and Brett Spray, and Tyler Fettis. Our show coordinator is Carla Borsa. Thank you to them and everyone else who has been helping out throughout the day to make sure this keeps moving smoothly. As our 2-year-old cow-calf pairs make their way to the marshalling area, as well as our champs from the 3-year-old cow-calf pair and our champ heifer and the reserve champ heifer, as those all make their way to the marshalling area, feel free to send them on in. We want to say another little thank you to a couple more sponsors that have supported the heifer and female day today: Timac Agro, Master Feeds, and Alliance Genetics, as well as Usselman and Johnson Chartered Professional Accountants. Coming back in the ring, we have our Grand Champion bred heifer, followed by the Reserve Grand Champion heifer. Then our Grand Champion 2-year-old pairs and our Grand Champion 3-year-old pairs. It's at this time I would like to remind all the other members back in the barns to be rounding up their heifers for the group of 4 heifers, which will be the last class of today.
Well, it's pretty cool when we get these cow-calf pairs back out here with our yearling heifer champions and kind of start to see a bit of a comparison and in the cattle that I guess have kind of sorted to the top for me today. And you know, in an ideal world, we'd all just have a crystal ball and I could tell you exactly which one of these females are going to go out and make the best cow and be the most profitable for these exhibitors. But unfortunately, it's the real world and it's the cattle industry, and we have the furthest thing from a crystal ball in our hands. But that being said, I'm going to go ahead and select a champion and a reserve and just pick out some cattle that I think are really, really unique and cattle that I would project down the road to be the higher generating, higher income cow or you know, female due to their quality. So let's give these kids one last round of applause. What an awesome group of females.
Grand champion female goes to Teslin Kiner. And our reserve grand champion goes to Anna Wilgosh. Great job to those 2 champions, and great job to all of you in this ring. Like said previously, huge accomplishment for you guys to make it this far. Great job. We will get our banner sponsors to make their way over to the photo corner to join those champs for a couple pictures. Thank you to our banner sponsor for the Grand Champion Female, Gateway Veterinary Services. And for the Reserve Champion Female, thank you to our banner sponsor, Willow Lane Land and Cattle. All the other females are excused from the ring. We'll give them a couple minutes to take a couple pictures, and then we will get right into our very last class of the day, group of 4 heifers. We want to extend a thank you to Chupa Trucking and Excavating for hauling and disposing manure this weekend. Thank you again to DLMS for broadcasting our show today, tomorrow, as well as the sale tomorrow night. And thank you to Bruce Shapansky Auctioneers for the use of this sound truck. Reminder, the 4-H steer sale is tomorrow evening at 6:30. So that's tomorrow night starting at 6:30 p.m. Included in tomorrow evening is, of course, going to be the 2023 Melfort Regional Charity Steer. Each year, a steer is raised by a different club in the Melfort Regional, with all proceeds going to a charity of choice. The Kelvington 4-H Beef Club is the hosting club for the 2023 Charity Steer, and this year, their members have chosen the Jim Pattison Children's Hospital Foundation. The members wanted to pick a charity that would benefit all youth. The 4-H pledge states that each member will pledge our hands for a larger service for our club, our community, and our country, and our world. By supporting this fundraising initiative for the Jim Pattison Children's Hospital Foundation, we're able to support the community and province. All funds raised will go directly to the Jim Pattison Foundation, which is made possible by Melfort Regional 4-H members' contributions to reimburse the market value of this charity steer. Thank you to all of the supporters, from the single ticket buyers to the businesses. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The tickets are sold for $10 a ticket. Checks can be made payable to the Kelvington 4-H Beef Club. So you can get a hold of one of those leaders if you would like to purchase one of those today, or of course throughout the day tomorrow before tomorrow night. Thank you to all of the supporters. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. So the draw for that winner of this steer will be made tomorrow night at the end of the sale. Let's get all of our heifers moved into the marshalling area for the group of 4 heifers. Let's start bringing everybody up.
Well, I walked up to a mountain, followed a bird off there, 'cause I found me a woman who treated me unfair. And I awoke to the sunrise, remembered an awful dream of lightning and thunder, and hearing someone scream. Trouble finds you and worry, it sticks around to your day. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. And I see wind it was blowing, I had to find me a hole.
As all of the hard-working 4-H members are moving their heifers back into the ring, we'd like to acknowledge our silver and bronze sponsors. Our silver sponsors for the 4-H Regional Show and Sale include Affinity Credit Union, A&K Ends Trucking Limited, Bell M Farms, K's Cattle Company, CC Semi Services, Cornerstone Credit Union, Creek's Edge Charlet, Diamond North Credit Union, Dinero Farms, Gateway Veterinary Services, Greenland Waste, KNS Sign Shop, Mohawk Animal Clinic, Nielsen Acres Limited, Northeast Waste, Perot Martin Charlet, Philip Mansier Enterprises Pioneer Hybrid North Star Seed, Quali T Limousine, Ravenworth Cattle, Sask Energy, Skinner Farms, Soil Tech Services, Sunderland Charlet Farm, Tisdale 4-H Beef Club, TNS Farms, and Willow Lane and Cattle Willow Lane Land and Cattle. Our bronze sponsors include Alicia Sapadiak, Beatty 4-H Beef Club, Clarence and Denise Evans, DKF Red and Black Angus, Fountain Tire, Hanson Livestock, Jordan River Farms, McCour's River Acres Farm Limited, Meskinat Ethelton 4-H Beef Club, Three Lakes 4-H Beef Club, and Triple H Farm. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors and all of the supporters.
Well, I came back down from that mountain. I had to find me a job. Come in and live. I was selling gas and soda pops. One afternoon I was bothered because those thoughts, they don't end. Set me back up. Up to that mountain again. Trouble finds you and worry. It sticks around to your dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes all your head. Trouble finds you and worry. It sticks around to your dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes all your head. She will. Thank you.
The judge has made his decision. So first place in the group of 4 heifers class is the Meskinat Ethelton group with the Black Angus group here, right in the middle. Good job, guys. Second place is the Tisdale group with the speckles over here. Third place is Meskinat Ethelton, back in the middle with the Charolais group. Fourth place is Kelvington, right in the center with their black group there. And fifth place today is the Moose Range Club. Hang tight for a sec if you want to get your ribbons, and then after that, you are all excused from the ring after a long, hot day. Great job, everybody. There's lots of hard work that went into this, so awesome to see you all out, and quite a competitive female day, so great work to everybody.
Thank you to everybody for tuning in with us online on DLMS today for the female portion of the Melfort Regional 4-H Beef Show and Sale. Be sure to tune in with us tomorrow starting at 9 o'clock for a steer show, followed by the sale, which will be at 6:30 tomorrow night. So with that, we're going to shut her down for the night, and we look forward to seeing you guys on with us tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning, we come back right at 9 a.m. The steer show begins at 9 a.m. tomorrow here. Thank you very much again to our judge, Toby Noble, for coming out here and judging today. There was a lot of competitive cattle to sort through, so we really appreciate all of his extensive comments. He was very thorough with all of the classes, evaluating each animal. So again, another big thank you to our judge today, Toby Noble.